Hello! Hello, everyone! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Sari says we're back from ads, so I suppose we're gonna go ahead and get started. Hello, everyone. How's it going? We're gonna be playing some more PowerWash Sim tonight. Um, I don't have anyone with me to help me out right at the moment. I'm kind of waiting to see if anything does happen on that. But part of the reason that I'm a little scared for tonight is because I know exactly what level we're gonna have to do next, which is, of course, the subway station. So, yeah, no, it's. Anyway, I'm not looking forward to it, but we're gonna get it done anyway. And that's a fucking promise. Anyway, just making sure. Got a couple of last minute things going on that I just want to finish up, and then we will be good to go. Right, I'm gonna get like a water bottle real quick. Since I know someone at some point is going to make me hydrate. For a second, I thought you were going to say you were scared because I'm here. Pinky, I would never be scared of you. I just worry about you, my man. I promise. I really, truly promise I'm not terrified of you. I also know how generous you are, and you just worry me a little bit. That's all. Anyway. I think that's just about everything. So give me just a second and we'll go over to the desktop. All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to turn off the piano music. There we go. All right. And there we go. Okay, everything seems to be working as intended. So there we go. Oh, thank goodness me, I got into a lot of streams there and they fear me. I would never fear you, Pinky. I've been trying to, I'll be honest, behind the scenes, I've been a little bit like, hey, guys, like, I know the joke is that Pinky donates to a lot of people and that, like, we all worry about him, but, like, I also know he's not gonna, like, overextend that much. I've been trying to tell them behind the scenes, guys, you don't have to worry about him too much. Hello, Khalid. Welcome in. All right. Sorry, I'm like doing one other thing real quick and then we will be good to go. All right, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. No, I don't want to do it. This one's just a lot. This particular level is just a lot. Oh. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, we're loading dirt. All right, dirt has been loaded. Oh, it's so much. It's so much. Okay. We're gonna start with the. We're gonna make like Blink 182. We're gonna start with all the small things. All right, here we go. Oh, we'll get this light over here. Actually, I think. There we go. See, look at that. Perhaps you would like some interesting statistics on a railroad system? I would, actually. I'm a sucker for train statistics. I am autistic, after all. I watch my fair share of Jago Hazard, despite not living anywhere even vaguely close to London. There we go. If I just get this cable here, actually, if I just do the cable like all the way down, if I just did this. Oh, that's a lot of gross buildup on the cable there. Okay, cable's done. There we go. Yeah, I kind of want to do the billboard here too, just while we're here. Ooh. God, it must have been a minute since anybody's been down here. If they're still advertising something happening in 1984. That was before even Back to the Future came out. Unless this game takes place in 1984. That would be cool. I actually don't know. I'm not super familiar with the lore, I guess, of the PowerWash. I know there's like some weird fuck shit going on in the background, but like I don't know the lore too much. 1984 will be the year we go off-road with Driving Me Nuts, starring Esther Dieth and Lawrence Doofer. There we go. Roughly suggested to be around the late 1980s to early 1990s. Oh, okay, cool. Still been a minute since everyone's been down here. If this is the late 80s, early 90s, and they're advertising shit happening in the like 84, which again I want to point out is after, or is still before Back to the Future came out, but after Return of the Jedi came out. I remember like years that movies came out a little too well for my own good. I didn't realize that I did do this until I was talking with my girlfriend, and she was just like, "Melly, you're really good with remembering like years for movies. Like, why is that? Why are you like this?" She didn't mean anything bad by it. It was just like, how are you doing that? Yo, Jeff Jefferson the 12th. I had to think about what that Roman numeral was for a second. I'll clean up Caldera City and beyond. Vote Jeff for 1984. There we go. Can I hit this with the... Yeah, I can hit it a little bit with the green. There we go. I think the yellow might still be a little bit more effective. Just at, like, get an initial pass. Yeah. I'm still missing quite a bit of it, but it's alright. Oh, you know what? I can also do this. That might help a bit, too. I would like to know what brand of power wash that is. I mean, I don't know any power washer to be able to clean like that one can. Uh, what the fuck? There is like an actual in-game brand for it. Hang on. Uh, Prime Vista. I don't think that's a real power wash brand, but Hello, Unc. Welcome in. I see you there, hiding behind the door. All right, where does this part of the wall end? Because it looks like it does. Okay. Oh, it looks like it ends right here. Okay, cool. So I will set this sort of as my boundary right here. And then that's where the ceiling is. So I'll sort of get all of that too. So if I recall, because it's been a minute since I've done this particular stage, part of the reason I was dreading it is because I know there's a lot of like little tiny nooks and crannies, like especially with like the rail right here and on the other side too. That's the part I'm not looking forward to. This wall right at the moment is fine. Like this part is fine because it's just a flat surface. I don't have to worry too much about any like tiny little details, getting into weird angles and shit. I don't have to worry about any of that. It is once we start getting into like the rails and everything that I'm going to start worrying. We need Maid Redmel. Yeah, but she's a little busy playing, I think, Sonic the Black Knight right now, so I'm not going to bother her. That being said, she is live as well as me, so I'm just going to go ahead and give her a quick shout. Hang on. Yeah, she is playing Secret Rings. No, I think I said Black Knight. No, she is playing Secret Rings. I knew it was one of the storybook Sonic games. I knew it was one of them. I just didn't remember which one offhand. I'm also ever so slightly more familiar with Black Knight, so I probably was just like thinking Black Knight, and I didn't even think about Secret Rings. I like Night of the Wind. It's a good song. I know she is, but the community shall convince her. No, I don't know about that. Oh, that part of the... Oh, that part of the tunnel wall is a different part of the tunnel wall. Okay. Okay. Gamers, we're so back. I'm gonna do this, actually, I think. There we go. So I can actually get it off from a good distance. Hello? Okay, there we go. Now, I don't want to interrupt Melly playing Sonic, because I don't want to interrupt anyone playing Sonic, because people who play Sonic games are really cool. You know what's funny is I wasn't actually, like, into Sonic as a franchise until, like, I was a full adult. Or, like, late teenager at the very least. I think Sonic Mania came out when I was 17, and that was, like, the first Sonic game I like, really got into. Partly because I just like 2D platformers. That's, like, my bread and butter when it comes to video games. I absolutely adore 2D platformers. And I heard a lot of people saying good things about Mania, and so I was like, well, I never really gave Sonic a proper try, so I guess I'll try this one. And then, yeah, it turned out to be a really good fucking video game. I do have my gripes with it. I do think the final boss is a little whatever, but, like, for the most part, Mania is a fucking fantastic video game. Okay. I might be missing, yeah, a little bit under the billboards here, too. There we go. Just gonna, like, quickly do this. See if that does anything for me. There we go. I knew it had to be something along the cable there. Okay. What I need to do is I need to play more Sonic games. Like I do like a lot of the Sonic games that I have played since then. Like I liked Sonic Adventure. I actually am weird in that I prefer Adventure 1 over Adventure 2. Just in terms of like gameplay. I think my problem is I played like the PC port of SA2 Battle. Now, I was told that it was not a great port. So my good friend Morgan, who you might know from the hit YouTube channel Blue Drachma VA, um, told me I should mod the game so it's more like Dreamcast SA2, and so I did, but I was still having a lot of frustration with SA2. I think I just prefer SA1 gameplay wise. And then I also really like Shadow Generations. It's a very, very good video game. Like Sonic Generations is already a pretty good game to begin with, but like Sonic Generations is, but like Shadow Generations is so good. Me like 5 years old playing 007 GoldenEye and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater on the N64. Hell yeah, dude. Um, you know, I okay, I have a weird like nostalgic kind of thing for Tony Hawk's Underground 2. Um, I've been playing a little bit of it recently again to kind of relive that nostalgia, and like I have a weird relationship with that game where like I didn't actually have it myself, but I went to like my church youth group when I was in middle school, and they had like a bunch of Xboxes set up, and one of the games they had for the Xbox was Tony Hawk's Underground 2, which does feel a little weird, but they had it, so like we played it. Cradle 007 Agent Go Burr. I've played a little bit of GoldenEye 007 for the Nintendo 64, and I gotta tell you, man, I'm too like I'm too used to modern first person shooters, especially on like console, because I cannot play 007 for the life of me. Every time I try, it's a mess. Where does this part end? I know you end somewhere. There it is. Right about there. Okay, cool. It has a heavy learning curve with the old controller. That's my other thing too. Hmm. Is N64 controller is not great, Chief. They really said, what if we made the controller a fucking spider? It's the first time I ever beat Mario 64 was on 3D All Stars because like I just cannot get used to the N64 controller to save my life. Um, I do actually own an N64, but I own exactly one game for it, and it's Diddy Kong Racing. Uh, I own an N64 and I own a Super Nintendo too. I should pull those out. Play the classics. I have a bunch of games for my Super Nintendo too. I have a copy of the original Mortal Kombat that like barely functions. You have to like I you have to like set it into the console a certain way for it to read the cartridge. It's very weird. Um, it's the only game that I have that's like that, so I know it's not a console issue. They did a remake for the Xbox Series. Yeah, I heard they did. I also know they did like a version on the Wii for GoldenEye at one point, I think. Unless I'm thinking of something else, which I could be. There we go. I'm like thinking like, was it GoldenEye I was thinking of with the Wii remakes? I know Klonoa had a remake on the Wii, and I know that because that's the version that they put in the Fantasy Reverie series collection. Because I ended up streaming those games towards the end of last year, and someone who came in who was like a Klonoa super fan was like, "Yeah, by the way, this is basically just the Wii version of Klonoa and not the PlayStation version." I wish Klonoa was a more successful series and got like more attention because I think the character is really cute and I think like the 2.5D like style is really fun. Um, I just wish they could have expanded on it more. I know there was like a couple of Game Boy Advance games, and I know that because one of them's on Switch Online. But like, I don't know. I Game Boy Advance I don't think is a really good fit for Klonoa just because like it's supposed to be that 2.5D, and like you can do 3D stuff on the Game Boy Advance, but it's not great compared to like what you could do on like the PlayStation. So it doesn't end up really working out as well. I played a little bit of the one Klonoa game that's on GBA Online, and I was like, yeah, no, this is nothing like the console games. This is just a 2D puzzle platformer. This is just Wario Land, but with a cuter character. Okay, there we go. I'm being really thorough about how I do this. I think this is another one where it's like it ends sort of over here. Yeah, it does. Okay, so if I just do that, that'll be sort of the cutoff line for that. See, I'm going to say this now, and I'm going to regret saying this later, and I already know that I'm going to regret saying this later, but, like, I'm getting through this a little bit faster than I thought I was going to. Like, I'm at 11%, which I know doesn't sound like a lot, but given that we've only been streaming for a half hour, I genuinely thought that this one was going to take longer than it's taking. I also know that I say that now, and I'm going to have to deal with all the little nooks and crannies later on. People hate doing something as their job. Meanwhile, gamers, listen, this is the thing is I'm choosing to do this, right? When it's your job, you don't really get to choose to do what it is you need to do. But when you gamify it and it becomes a game, then you're getting to choose. And I think I actually genuinely think that's part of the psychology there is like, I'm doing this for fun. I'm doing this sort of as PowerWash Sim especially is like a really good way, like a really good game to like kind of shut your brain off and just like focus on something kind of menial. There are a bunch of games like this. A lot of them have to do with cleaning, actually, funny enough. But yeah, it's just like something to. It's like giving your brain something to do. I also think this game works very well as sort of background noise for like having a conversation with someone, you know? where it's like you can kind of focus on doing both because this doesn't take a whole lot of brain power. It takes just enough to be like, okay, well, I'm gonna go do this, I'm gonna go do that, I'm gonna do, you know, this, that, and the other. But then like I can also focus on just like talking out loud. Minecraft until a creeper decides to rock your shit. Yeah, basically. Okay. There we go. That's that part done. You know what kind of fucks me up to think about? Actually, speaking of Minecraft, I've thought about this a few times. There are probably people out there who don't know that that one like Minecraft song "Revenge" by Captain Sparkles. You know the creeper. Aw man, there are people out there who probably don't know that like that's a parody of like a pre-existing song. It's a parody of DJ Got Us Falling in Love Tonight by Usher, and like I've seen people do parodies of Revenge specifically, right? Because they just don't know. They just don't know that they're parodying a parody. I know I can generally do it when playing Magic the Gathering until I have to go through every trigger ever. Well, you see, your first mistake was playing Magic the Gathering. That's right, gamers. We're real card fight Vanguard fans in here. I will still never forget the one time I walked into a card shop. They asked me like, "What games do I play?" And I said, "Oh, you know, I play. I've learned a little bit of Magic. I play a little bit of Pokemon, a little bit of Yu-Gi-Oh, and also I play Card Fight Vanguard." And they just go, "Oh yeah, we used to play Card Fight Vanguard." You're playing you're playing Magic competitively? Why are you doing this to yourself? Now I play Lorcana, and by play Lorcana, I mean I collect the cards because I don't have anyone to actually play the game with. And I don't even really collect the cards all that much anymore. I want to. I really like the Lorcana cards. And I want to be able to play the game. I just don't have anyone to play with. Lorcana, which is basically just Disney's version of Magic the Gathering, in fairness. Because I got good, very good. Well, you know what? I didn't. I barely understand how to play Magic. I know, like, the very, very basics, and that's about it. No, but part of what I like about Lorcana is honestly just the cards and, like, the art on the cards, because it's really, really well done. I have a couple of cards that I'm very happy with. I have a couple of Treasure Planet cards. So it's like Jim Hawkins, but like alternate universe version of Jim Hawkins. Which is funny, because Treasure Planet really is just an AU for Treasure Island. Also, one of the greatest films ever made. I say that with barely a hint of irony. I do genuinely love that movie. It's really good. There we go. See, look at that. We're getting somewhere. This cleanest subway station I've ever seen in my life, and I am counting all of this. Trying to see where this part of the floor ends. Oh. Right here. I did find a really funny card combination at one point in Lorcana that there's a part of me that kind of wants to build a deck around it, where it's like in Lorcana you have character cards and you have like location cards, and you can send characters to certain locations and they'll get like certain buffs, that kind of thing. Um, there is a version of Jim Hawkins from Treasure Planet that you play him, and then you basically get to summon a location card with a certain cost or under for free. And then his other ability is when a land with a certain cost or under gets summoned, you can move Jim Hawkins there for free. And then I found a land card that is exactly the cost needed for that effect to work, where they gain an attribute that basically means they can't be targeted for an attack unless the opposing character like has that same attribute. So effectively, you can summon Jim Hawkins, use him to summon I think it's like a location from Raya and the Last Dragon. I don't remember exactly which one offhand. But you use Jim to summon that location, immediately send Jim to it, and now he's basically invincible. Um, unless you are fighting a character that has that same ability, which it's a fairly common ability, so it's not like super out of the question, but it's still really, really funny. Basically, just sit there and let him gain lore for free. There we go. There we go. Let me see if I can hit a bunch of this with the green nozzle. There we go. Do a second pass with the yellow nozzle. There we go. I love there's a certain point in this game where the game is just like, all right, good enough. Here, have the fucking ding or whatever. There we go. Because I definitely had a lot more dirt that I could have gotten off there, but like, eh. The game was like, eh, good enough. Oh no, an ad break is starting soon. Uh-oh. Well, that's fine. There we go. Whew. Lots of wall to get through. Do I have the trident thing yet? Actually, hang on. Let me... I do not. Okay. Always worth a look. But I know that's like the last nozzle you unlock, and it's pretty late into the game. Okay. Gonna section off this little bit right here. It's what helps me kind of like keep going, I suppose, in these kinds of games is like gotta section off little bits and then take care of the little sections. And then before you know it, you've got like most of the wall done. So like if I cut this in half, then I cut that in half. And then I cut that in half. Then first of all, I already have much less to do. Then I can just kind of come in here and very quickly knock these guys out. Just like that. I still have, like, you know, a few bits here and there that I missed, but I'm also kind of relying on the game going, ah, good enough. We'll just say you did it. Oh, cable's been cleaned. Sick. Hey! Look at that. Yeah, so if I hit where all of these lights are, then I only have smaller sections to do instead of one really, really long section. That helps me to trick my brain into thinking that I have less to do than I do. And also, it's just very satisfying to, like, knock out, like, the really small parts, like this. Bam, 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 bam. There you go. Also helps in this game especially to go ahead and get the creases where certain areas will meet. Hi there, I would ask if you would clean my caravan, but I already know what your answer is. Caldera's city subway system was built using over 16 million bricks. That's too many bricks. Well, one of my main competitive commander decks is Krieg, Son of Yawgmoth. Krieg is a 2/2 with lifelink. You can pay 2 life instead of paying for specifically the black in mana cost. Whenever you cast a black spell, Krieg gets a +1/+1 counter. So pay life to do shit. Okay, cool. So it's basically like in, like I said, I'm not as familiar with Magic as I am with like other card games. It's kind of like in Yu-Gi-Oh! You sacrifice a few life points and then you get to do a cool thing or whatever. Or there's a mechanic like that in Vanguard, or at least sort of like that, where it's like if you have damage taken, you can use some of that damage to activate certain effects. Basically, you throw a card into like your damage pile, and if you hit 6 damage, then you lose the game, right? But if you have some damage on you, then you can use some of those cards. You flip them over to activate certain effects. And then there are some cards where you can flip them back over so that you can use them again. And Vanguard's a weird game, but I kind of like it. I kind of miss being able to play it. I was a Link Joker main because that was the only deck that I had for a while. Also because Link Jokers are really funny. Like the specific deck that I had was focused on locking your opponent's cards, which basically meant that they just couldn't use their cards to do anything. There's the way the game layout is set up in Vanguard is you have like 6 spots, so 2 rows of 3. No, yes, 2 rows of 3. So it's your front row, your back row, 3 cards. The top middle card is your Vanguard circle, and then the other 5 are basically like support cards. Uh, but only the front row can attack. The back cards sort of support the cards in front, basically like adding like attack, like damage and that kind of thing. So there is a way with Link Jokers to lock your opponent's deck where they can only attack with their Vanguard and they can't attack with anything else. Basically, because you can't lock a Vanguard, like that would just actually be unfair. So the rule is you can't lock a Vanguard, but you can lock any other card in the match. So if you lock the 2 cards next to the Vanguard and then the card behind the Vanguard, your opponent can effectively only attack with the Vanguard, and it doesn't even get its like extra boost from the card in the back. It's really really funny. Um, and then some effects that I had were like, oh, lock your own cards, and so you would lock the cards in the back row. The deck allows me to pay 4 and 6 life to cast my commander, then another 2 life to cast something that allows me to pay for colorless and cost, using life, and then paying 18 life to then pay half my life and draw half my library rounded up. Jesus Christ. My good friend Morgan, who I mentioned earlier, is the one who got me into Cardfight Vanguard back when we were in high school. And their deck that they use is a Kagero deck, which does something like that, where basically you just get to search the deck for specific cards, and have like 2 Vanguards at once, and just be able to attack and then reset and then attack and then reset and then attack and then reset all in one turn. Um, it's kind of terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. I've been on the receiving end of a lot of basically game-winning moves 3 turns in. Magic the Gathering players make it where you can't even tap lands with certain decks. Yeah, so that's basically what locking is in Vanguard. Is you effectively can't do half of the normal gameplay, which is really funny when you're doing it, and then really frustrating when you're on the receiving end of it. I'm saying that because I've been on both ends. Because it's really like, oh, you wanted to attack? No, fuck you, dude. Come on now. There we go. I just, like... Yep. My Krieg deck is turn 4 or sooner. Cast Krieg. Ramp, draw, ramp more, infinite mana, then infinite life gain, drain my opponent's life. Yeah. There was, like, a certain card combo in Yu-Gi-Oh! At one point that was straight up banned because it would, like, actually just break the game. And it was, like... It wasn't Exodia. It was, like, some weird fucking obscure set of cards. But, of course, because, like, people found out that you could do that, for everyone wanted that specific set of cards. And then, they banned it from, like, tournament play or whatever. Where it was something like that, where it was basically just like, you keep drawing cards and then keep being able to attack over and over or whatever. I need to play more card games, man. It's been too long. If I was going to get back into any card game, I think I'd get back into Pokemon. Just because, like, I know there's a lot of weird new stuff they've done with the card game to match what's going on in, like, the games and everything. Like, the video games. But, like, they haven't completely fucked over their whole game like Yu-Gi-Oh! Has. Because Yu-Gi-Oh's solution to every problem is add new mechanics and make the game way the fuck more complicated. I really don't know how it ever expects to gain new players who have to learn all of these different, you know, summon methods and whatnot. I get, like, shaking the game up over time to, like, maintain interest and all, but, like, you've got to balance that with the game still needing to be accessible to a wide audience. Surprise Magic the Gathering allows a certain combo I use in Commander that says essentially, literally watch me play Magic. That's the thing about Magic the Gathering, though, is, like, I've heard tell that you can basically make a full, like, Turing-compliant computer, or whatever the fucking term is, within just Magic the Gathering. Like, a certain set of cards you can use as basically a fucking calculator. Which is kind of insane. There we go. Whew. The issue is with 2 cards, I can make it where my opponents are completely locked out of the game and can't do anything other than draw themselves out. That's crazy, dog. How is that legal? I feel like the problem with designing card games like that, too, is, like, no matter how well you try to balance the game and how much you can, like, try to avoid weird card combos like that, someone's gonna find an exploit. No matter how polished your damn game is, someone's gonna find an exploit in it. Especially if it reaches a wide enough audience like Magic or Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or anything like that. I don't know, it's broken as hell. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. The issue is, over the years, you get more and more power creep. That's also true. I feel like people, like, these companies can avoid that, though, by just simply making the cards just as powerful as the cards that already exist. I know you want to add new effects and everything, but, like, I don't know, there's got to be a way to balance it so it doesn't fucking completely destroy the, you know, whatever's already going on. Like I said, though, people are still going to find exploits, but, like, basically introducing mechanics like locking, you know, is kind of a crapshoot. Because you're basically just inviting it at that point. Okay, there we go. I had to get a turnip in there somewhere. The issue is, upon release, a lot of them were not that bad, but something came along later and said, oh, hey. Oh, yeah, something where it was like, oh, this card happens to work really well with this pre-existing card in a way that they probably didn't consider because they weren't really paying that much attention to what the older cards did when they were designing all the newer cards. They were just like, hey, we came up with this brand new mechanic, and then someone's like, hey, that works really well with this old mechanic. See if I can kind of get around the turnip here. This is one of those kinds of things that I feel like is just kind of hard to avoid. Especially when your game runs as long as, like, something like Magic has. You know, Magic's been running for decades at this point, and, like, you know, the people who are in charge of it aren't going to remember every single fucking card that has ever come out. I know there are, like, databases for it, especially nowadays, but, like, still, you're not going to be able to, like, skim over the hundreds and thousands of cards you've made. Not very well, anyway. Especially when they're all as complicated as Magic cards can be. There we go. So that cable's good. Just gonna try to speed run this, actually. See if I can get this down. Okay, what am I missing? I'm really hoping that this is working. There we go. Okay, cool. It was working. Hell yeah. Well, now it's owned by Hasbro, which essentially doesn't give a flying fuck as long as they make a profit. That's, yeah. I was gonna say it was Wizards of the Coast, wasn't it? Is that under Hasbro now? I don't keep up with a lot of that. All right. Nadu, Winged Wisdom, 1 green blue legendary creature, bird wizard flying creature, creature oh, bird wizard flying creatures you control have. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it is a land card, put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, put it into your hand. This ability triggers only twice each turn. Only twice is crazy, dog. What if I do this? That does not do nearly as much as I would like. Okay, we'll go green. Still doesn't do as much as I would like, but it's a little bit better, marginally better. For each creature, Jesus. Yeah, so basically, if you have a lot of those creatures on there, and it triggers twice. Yeah, that's too many. On. There we go. Okay. The nice thing about the track here is that I can just kind of do this in like one big long straight line. Right. Originally think, oh, this can't be that broken until you play against it or you build it yourself and realize it goes infinite with a ham sandwich. It got banned in every format, I think almost a week after release. I love that they just didn't even notice. Like, they didn't even notice, which is why they released it, I would imagine. Because I feel like if they had noticed before release, they probably would have changed it so it's, like, not for each creature, or, only triggers once total this entire turn. Okay, cool. Well, most people overlooked how broken it was at first. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying, is, like, the guys at Wizards of the Coast must have also overlooked it, which is why it got released in the first place. Or if they noticed it, they probably were like, nobody's gonna realize. Come on, any second now. Any second now. There it goes. This, I think, is gonna take the longest, is just getting the tracks here all done. Because it's gonna be a matter of just going back and forth with these ones, really. I suppose I could do this. There we go. Get a little bit of a wider spread on it. Okay. There's a part of me that is 100%, again, relying on just the game going, all right, good enough, good enough, good enough. You can move on now. So we're getting pretty close to that, I think. I have a few big patches of dirt, like right there. But a lot of this is just like little tiny specks at this point. There we go. I didn't even realize it's two different floors. Fuck. Fuck. No, this is fine. This is fine. I can deal with this. I can deal. I promise. There we go. I still need to get the ceiling and everything, but, you know. We're getting there, gamers. Look, there's your before, there's your after. Sort of. Alright. This has got to be 2 different floors, right? It is not 2 different floors. Okay, good to know. I can hit this with the white one, and it's going to give us pretty good coverage. There we go. It's not going to get off any of the rust on the metal over here, but it's going to get a lot of the dirt and grime out of here. I'll probably go green just to get a little bit extra off. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Perfect. I go yellow. Get even more coming off. There we are. Look at that, clean as a whistle. Whew. We're getting into the point of the level where I'm just kind of like locked in, I suppose. Not in a way of like, I'm gonna try to get this done, like aggressive lock in, but more just like, I'm kind of chill, man. I don't really have much to say. It's gonna be one of like a more chill sort of stream, I suppose. There we go. Who the fuck is texting me? Oh, okay. It's my girlfriend. My girlfriend's texting me. She went to go see the Mario movie tonight with her folks, and I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous that she went to go see the Mario movie. So one thing that kind of sucks about being in a long distance relationship is I can't go on movie dates with my girlfriend to like go to like an actual movie theater and go see a movie together because I really like doing that and I can't. So she's off with her family right now. She's I think she must have just come out of the movie. Can't wait to see what she says because I've heard so many things about the Mario movie and I still have yet to see it as of now. I'm planning on seeing it sometime this week. It's that one, and I want to see Project Hail Mary because I've heard really, really good things about that one. God, and I still need to see Wake Up Dead Man, and like I got so many movies I gotta watch, man. I gotta watch Porco Rosso at some point this month. I mentioned on one of Melly's streams recently that my girlfriend and I are doing like a thing this year where we're picking a different Ghibli movie each month, and we're just gonna sit down and watch it together. And this month is Porco Rosso, of which I know exactly one line from that movie because I've never seen it before, but I have seen the bit of him going better a pig than a fascist, and you know I kind of agree with that. And by kinda, I mean like I just actually agree with that. There we go. There we go. Look at that. This side of the subway's getting somewhere. There we go. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that right there. Section all of this off over here. I'm going to do that, section all of that off from that. So there we go, smaller sections. I'm telling you, this method works. Oh, hey, look at that. We're at 40%. All right. Construction began on the Muckingham to Caldera City branch line in 1920, funded by local businessman Wilberforce Thrust, who was keen to provide an efficient means of transporting his workforce from the city to his thriving cattle ranches. It was finally unveiled by Mayor Jeff Jefferson X, who tragically passed away the same day from an incident related to the station's substandard construction. Damn, that's crazy, dog. Ad break is starting soon. Thank you, Sari, for letting us know. Alright. Ooh, that part's done. Sick. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Alright, Siri says we're on ad break. For you guys watching in the future, watching the VOD, y'all don't have to worry about that. Isn't that crazy? Alright, here we go. Okay. Come on, baby. Yeah, okay. Come on now. What the fuck am I missing? Oh, little bits here and there. Okay, wow. Yeah! Alright. Oh, we got it. So now if we do all of that again, we'll be at 84% complete, which means all of the rest of this stuff here in the middle is like 16% of what we need to do. Oh, God. Come on. There we go. Okay, and then if we come over here... There we go. move this over here now that I don't really need to worry about that side. By the way, again, look at this. The stark difference between that and this. Here we go. No. Shit. Okay. What fucking parts of this did I miss? Come on now. Okay, that part, I guess. Goodness gracious. These subway gates, this is what I was talking about earlier, where it's like the little nooks and crannies, and this one isn't even really that bad compared to some of them. But it's like this kind of thing where it's like a lot of like lattices here that are all kind of interconnecting with each other, and some of the spots are just kind of hard to get to. There we go. Like I said, that one wasn't even that bad compared to like some of the ones in other parts of the game. There we go. That's a whole ass light right up there, which I can just kind of go ahead and hit like that. And then come back on the double. One more time. There we go. And come on now. Where's that last little bit? Oh my god. Okay, I guess I am going to need the ladder after all. Fine, you got me. There we go. Okay. There we go, that's the one I wanted. There we go. Look at that. Look at that shit right there. Okay. And there we go. Sick. All right. I have a sneaking suspicion this might just be the whole stream at this point. We've gone for an hour and a half and we're not even halfway done yet. So it might just be the subway here. Oh. There we go. There we go. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, give me just a second. Oh, man. Okay. Just wanted to check on something was all. Alright. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Come over here. There we go. Alright, we're gonna bring it over here. Suppose I could do it like this as well. And that kind of works. There you go. Look at that. That might be the way to go, actually. Look at that. Look how fast I got those done. Cool. So that's going to be the strat that I'm going to use for these guys over here now. That's probably use the longer one here. That might help a little bit too. Sick. All right. What? All right. It's funny because, like, from the most part, the ladder here isn't really super useful in this level. It's just getting these ledges and lights up here that it really helps out with. Okay. Okay, cool. Hopefully we shouldn't have to use the ladder from here on out now. I can just kind of put that over here, right in front of Jeff Jefferson the 12th. Okay. All right. And pillar done. Come on. Pillar done. There we go. Goodness. I'm going to get the pillar over here, too. Might as well, while I'm thinking about it, right? Cool. There we go. There we go. All right. And then this should be the last light right here. Hey, all right. Okay. Starting to get into a groove here with like the center part of the level. Hey, look at that. We've also hit the halfway mark. Just now. Almost 2 hours into the stream. On the one single level I've played so far. Okay, it's the tiny little specks left. There we go. Alright, and over here. Alright, sick. I'm gonna get the rest of the supports, actually, and then I'm gonna focus on the ceiling. And back here. There we go. It's only the two supports, or the one support left, actually, at this point. So, yeah. There we go. And then back here, and then that should do it for the supports anyway. Hooray! Now it's 6 of the ceiling bits left. And then we've got basically this whole like floor to do, and then it's just the other side of the subway. Oh god. we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh my god. All right. Actually, let me do that. Cool. Hooray! Okay. We'll get these two over here, and then we'll do those two in the middle, and then we'll move on to the center bit of the level. Oh, God. Come on. Come on. There we go. All right, here we go, here we go, here we go. Come on, there we go, perfect. All right, I'm gonna jump onto the box here, and then that should give us a little bit of leeway. Or not leeway, but, like, it should get us closer to the ceiling anyway. Alright, come on. There we go. Oh, you know what I realized I can do now is this. I always forget about this mode. Hello, Shin. Welcome in. Okay. Goodness gracious. I'll take care of the big box here. The train schedule board. Yeah, welcome in. We're cleaning the subway station right at the moment. This is this is the one level I've played tonight. Right. Only like 15 more days and then the new name rolls in. Ayo. That's always exciting. Okay. All right, and what? There we go. Oh. Alright, so we got Muckingham, we got Pumpton, we got Detergento, Power Falls, Fumarole, Scoria, Washingham, Harlem, Caldera City, Basaltimore, Bucketon, Spongely, Lubricity, Suds East, Sparkleton, Moppingham, Sprayers, and Blemishigan. Saw a Reddit post of a Twitter post by Pokemon reading two emojis, Hourglass Gear. The catch date, April the 1st, 2026. All right. Someone commented, bro, I hate this holiday. Yeah, I can agree. I'm just kind of done with April Fools. Like, I'm done with April Fools in the sense it's like, the joke isn't funny anymore, you know? Like, a lot of people who do, like, April Fools stuff, I don't know, I feel like they do the same kind of bits every year, and it's just, I don't know, it's not funny. Either that or I'm just tired of it. I should have commented early so I could have saved the GIF. Don't give me hope. I don't know, man. No, the kind of move that I really respect is posting something actually genuine on April the 1st. On an unrelated note, you guys should go watch the new episode of Fate Apocryphed. I'm in it. And it also came out on April 1st. And then delivering. Yeah, exactly. That's the funny bit now, is like saying something and then actually going through with it. Because nobody would expect it on April 1st. Now you don't know what the hell to expect. Exactly. You can always trust. It's what Jack Sparrow said in Curse of the Black Pearl, is you can always trust a dishonest man. It's the honest people that you can never really fully trust. Well, checkmate realists. Okay, cool. This is another one I was talking about with the fucking nooks and crannies. Hey, yo, 3 stream streak. Let's go. Right. Oh, God. There we go. Oh, God. Okay. I still have the whole other side of this thing, and then a second one to do over there. Oh. 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 This level makes me mad. Okay. It really is spray and pray on these fucking benches here. Oh, we got the divider at least. Now it's just down to this one little bench right here. There we go. Goodness gracious. I have to leave my laptop downloading HSR until one of them. Yeah? Any particular reason? Very low Wi-Fi speed. Oh, that'll do it, yeah. Okay. Hey, there we go. Oh, God. Okay. But also to redeem a Fortnite gift card, it's better than nothing. Not to redeem the Fortnite gift card. That's another stream I should probably do in the not-too-distant future, because everything I've been seeing recently about Fortnite is, like, not been great. I should probably just go ahead and get that out of the way at some point, because I have to do it as a stream incentive, or as a charity incentive, and I'm kind of putting that one off a little bit. It proceeds to not be spent on Fortnite? Okay. Wait, how is it? It's like a V-Bucks gift card? Because I'm pretty sure you can only spend that in Fortnite. Oh, it works on Epic Games in general. I did not know that. Now, your other problem is that you're using Epic Games. Hello, Pixie Destruction. Welcome in. 3-stream streak. Let's fucking go. Welcome to, Turnip is losing her fucking mind playing the subway level in PowerWash Simulator. Once again, I want to point out that this is the only level that I have been playing so far tonight. You guys can see exactly how long the stream has been going for. And you can also see the percentage that we have hit so far in this level. And then, yeah, keep that in mind with the knowledge that this is the one single level that I've played tonight. And you can see exactly how slowly things have been going. Oh. 4 hours. No, I really wanted to play more than just the one level tonight. I really did. I don't know that that's gonna happen at this point. Goodness gracious. Oh, and now Sari's saying we're about to go into an ad break. Wonderful. The world is a carousel of color, 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 wonderful, wonderful color. Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. I'm not losing my mind. It's not happening. I promise I'm not losing my mind. I don't know that's a promise I'm going to be able to keep, but right at the moment, I'm trying not to anyway. There we go. Oh. Listen, the way I'm seeing things, right, is I'll get everything here in the center, so I'll get the rest of the benches here. And then we'll move on to all of that, and hopefully it shouldn't take me too long. Shouldn't being the operative word there. As it probably will take me a while, to be honest. Pocket Bridge is actually playing on par with that other Fata Bridge series, Ultimate Unlimited Blade Works. I'll take your word on it. I don't think I've actually seen UBW abridged, or not a lot of it anyway. If I have, it's been a long time. But I like a Pocket Bridge because I'm in it, and also it's done by one of my best friends. So like, I'm a little biased. Oh man. Here's a fun fact for you, actually, about a Pocket Bridged. Is in the first episode, I voiced Sieg. But there were some scheduling conflicts when we went to go do like the next few episodes, and I wasn't able to record, and so Morgan just kind of took over the role. And then when I finally was able to start recording for it again, um, we thought it would be funny if I just voiced all of the homunculi because I had already voiced Sieg. And so like the in-text explanation for why Sieg's voice changes is because that's when he takes on like Siegfried's soul or whatever, or as like command seals or whatever goes on with it. I don't remember exactly the order of operations there, but that's the in-universe explanation. Is once Sieg gets the Siegfried power up, then like his voice changes. Meanwhile, all of the other homunculi are still voiced by me, a la D. Bradley Baker in the Clone Wars. Posture check and hydrate. I knew it was going to happen at some point. I'm glad I prepared a water bottle for this. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. I didn't know the VA for the Clone Troopers was literally Django. Okay, so no, not it's not really. Tamura Morrison plays Jango Fett and all of the clones in the actual live action movies. And then he also plays Boba Fett in Mando and Book of Boba Fett. Because Boba is a clone of Jango. Daniel Logan plays young Boba Fett in Attack of the Clones, and he also plays him in the Clone Wars. Um, but the clones in the Clone Wars are all voiced by D. Bradley Baker and not Tamura Morrison, which is a shame for Tamura Morrison, but also neat for D. Bradley Baker, who has made an illustrious career out of talking to himself, as shown in the hit television series Star Wars The Clone Wars and its spin off Star Wars The Bad Batch. I see, but they sound close enough. That's the thing, though, is like if you really listen to it, like their accents are not even remotely similar. Um, D. Bradley Baker cannot do a New Zealand accent to save his life. Um, so Jango Fett sounds more like this. He sounds more like this, and Boba Fett does as well. Like my New Zealand accent is not great either, but like, um, that's because the guy who played Boba Fett originally was from New Zealand, and so they wanted to get a New Zealand actor to play Jango in Attack of the Clones, and so they got Tamura Morrison. The clones, though, they don't really sound like they're from New Zealand. They sound more like they're from Australia. Or at least they do in the Clone Wars. The one exception to, well, I guess the two exceptions to that are Omega and Emery in the Bad Batch, because they actually got a New Zealand actress to play the two of them. Um, so You can kind of tell the difference a little bit. Same thing with Daniel Logan playing Boba in Clone Wars. You can really hear the New Zealand accent come out of him. I also am very autistic when it comes to like accents and like voice stuff. So like I can tell the difference. It actually fits for Boba Fett to have the accent of the clone troopers because they picked up their voice mannerisms from Django and then each other. Yeah, like first of all, like the implication is, oh, they all sound alike because they're all clones of the same guy. So like if you don't think about it too much, it kind of makes like an amount of sense. But then on top of that, like they were trained by Django for a little while. So it would make sense that they would pick up his accent given that they're all clones of him and also trained by him. And then Boba spends way more time around Django than any of the other clones do. Um, yeah, if you don't actually know too much about how accents form and everything, all of the clones sounding exactly alike makes an amount of sense. The problem is I know a little too much about all of that, and so like I'm over here cringing a little bit sometimes when they do that in really any sci-fi setting, not necessarily just Star Wars, because it's like no, that's not exactly how it works. In fact, strictly speaking, Boba was older than most of the others. Yep, Boba I think is the oldest out of all of the clones. His code name on Kamino was Alpha, and then that's matches up with Omega from the Bad Batch as well. That's actually like the that was a bit of lore introduced in the Bad Batch. Actually, was that Boba's code name was Alpha. Which means they should be allowed to sound more Republic accent, which is Continental American. It also depends on what planet you're from too. Or really depends on the situation too, because like the Emperor speaks with or Palpatine speaks with sort of a British accent a little bit, um, but Padme, who is from the same planet, speaks with a full American accent, except when she's doing Queen shit in Phantom Menace. When she's like being full on royalty, she speaks with a bit of an accent. Um, but it's more just like a performance that she puts on more than anything else. It's not her actual voice. Her actual voice is very like American accent. Because it's Natalie Portman. Um, that wasn't her. That was her decoy. That is true. Padme still did that though. Leia does it a little bit in A New Hope. The out of universe explanation is that she was just nervous acting around Peter Cushing. Carrie Fisher was, so she like sort of mimicked his accent. Um, but the in universe explanation is that Leia was just full on trying to mock Tarkin's accent, uh, which is why she sounds a little bit British in a couple of scenes. Obi-Wan's home planet was Stewjon. Yeah, exactly. Which is out of universe named after Jon Stewart. That's real, by the way. Um, like the late night talk show host Jon Stewart. Also, ET is canon to Star Wars to some extent because their species shows up in the Phantom Menace, and they're called Grebleeps, which is just Spielberg backwards. I had a guest earlier today at work that was wearing like an ET shirt, and it took all of my strength not to say something about, oh, you got a Grebleep on your shirt, because they probably would have been like, what the fuck are you talking about? Also, the planet Coosbane from the Muppet Show is canon to Star Wars. It's on like one of the galactic atlases, which is really funny because they did an episode of the Muppet Show that had uh, Luke Skywalker and 3PO and R2 and Chewie in it. Because it was like, Mark Hamill was the special guest star, but the joke was that it was the special guest was Luke Skywalker and the stars of Star Wars, and then Mark Hamill showed up as Luke Skywalker's cousin, Mark Hamill. But there's a bit in that episode where they do like the report from Coosbane sketch, uh, which was like a recurring bit on the show, and so they made Coosbane canon to Star Wars, which implies too that the Swine Trek is out there somewhere. Because there was a bit in that episode too where like, um, they did the pigs in space bit, and then of course Luke Skywalker like boards the ship, and he's wearing his like outfit from Bespin. And this episode came out before Empire Strikes Back, so it's the first time anyone's seen this outfit. And so of course Link Hogthrob like takes a look at it and goes, "Oh, I love your outfit. Who's your tailor?" It's a really good episode of the Muppet Show. All right, is all I'm saying. And they made it semi-canon in Star Wars, or at least part of it is. The planet Coosbane is definitely in there somewhere. And yeah, the Green Planet, which is E.T.'s home planet, is also canon. But they don't really reference that one too often because that's universal copyright. I don't know what Coosbane is, but it sounds like Kubaz. Is it where Gonzo is from? No, because Muppets from Space isn't canon. Um, this is the thing you must understand about the Muppets is there isn't really a consistent canon in like the way you'd think with a lot of other big media franchises like that. The Muppets are just the Muppets. They're all just actors at the end of the day. Muppets from Space was just a movie. Literally like episodic like SpongeBob. Kind of, yeah. Um Literally there's a whole framing device in the Muppet movie that's just them watching a movie about themselves. Um, so like don't don't think too hard about the canonicity of the Muppets as a franchise because there really isn't a canon. They might sometimes reference other videos. Yeah, Muppets from Space isn't one that they reference very often, partly because like it didn't do particularly well in the box office or like critically. I mean, I love that movie, but like it's not one of the more beloved Muppet movies, and also technically Disney doesn't have the rights to that. So what is Gonzo? Gonzo's a whatever. Like literally, that's just what he is. He's a whatever. He's Gonzo the Great, and that's all he needs to be. He's Gonzarella in that one episode of the Muppet Babies reboot. I'm very autistic about the Muppets too. I can be anything you want me to be. That's basically Gonzo's MO. You know? Gonzo just is. There's a bit in I think it's the Great Muppet Caper where they're all like in boxes and all the boxes are labeled. So like Kermit's in a box labeled frog, Fozzie's in a box labeled bear, and then Gonzo's in a box labeled whatever. So that's where like that's why a lot of people just say, "What's Gonzo?" He's whatever. I think it's the Great Muppet Caper. It's been a minute since I've seen that one. Let's see, what else is funny in Star Wars canon that I think is interesting. I'm trying to think. There's a lot of weird shit. There's the giant carnivorous man-eating plants that were woken from a 1,000-year slumber by the Jedi by accident. That's a real thing in the High Republic books and comics. It's called the Drengir. I named a Pokemon after it once because I was making a competitive team, and I like to theme my teams, so I'll give them like names based on a theme. And I think it was like a Venusaur, and I named it Drengir because the theme of that team was like Star Wars. Gonzo's a what? Exactly. Yeah, exactly. See, now you're getting it. Plants ate animals on Abeloth's planet in Legends. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Um, there's also the Eaters of the Force, which also go by like several other different names. Because they also go by the Nameless and they go by the Shriekeray. It's kind of funny that they're called the Nameless, given that they have like so many names. But like, yeah, those are cool. They like suck the life force out of you and turn you to dust. And one of the Nameless does that to like one of the higher ranking Jedi Masters, and his Padawan finds his body at one point. This is in a comic, by the way, which is a visual medium, so you actually like get to see what happens. And it's kind of horrifying. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, that Jedi Master that gets fucking eaten by the Shriekeray, it shows up in a couple episodes of Young Jedi Adventures. So I can only imagine like little kids watching that show and being like, "Oh wow, Loading Greatstorm is so cool. I wonder what happens to him." Oh. When I say that Star Wars is for everyone, I mean it. The Lego sequel trilogy has a surprisingly adult mood. What do you mean by that? Are we talking about the Skywalker saga? You know what? Actually, you know what? While I'm thinking about it, I want to bitch and complain about Star Wars fans for a second. When Skywalker saga first came out, I saw a lot of people who were like on the sequel hate train, like going, "Yeah, Skywalker saga is making fun of the sequel trilogy just like it fucking deserves." It's like, bro, it makes fun of all of them. What were you expecting? It makes fun of all of the movies in this series, not just the sequels. So if you're trying to say it like also it like respects the originals and the prequels and only makes fun of the sequels, then by God, do I have a video game for you to play? It's called Lego Star Wars: The Skywalker Saga. There's this one Disney Plus short with the sequel trilogy. There were a lot of Lego Disney Plus shorts. I know there was Rebuild the Galaxy, which I heard was pretty good. That one had Brickhead's Ahsoka as a character, and also Cal Kestis from the hit video game Jedi Fallen Order. There we go. I haven't watched a lot of the Lego specials. I feel like I probably should at some point. But usually when I'm, like, trying to keep up with a lot of the Star Wars stuff, I try to keep up with all the canon stuff. Partly because, like, that's more what I'm interested in, but also partly because it's, like, kind of my job to keep up with that to an extent. I keep forgetting I can do this. There we go. That's gonna help. Nice. There we go. You know what was really good was Skeleton Crew. I will never stop singing the praises of Skeleton Crew. Because, like, everyone talks about, like, Andor, and Andor's really, really good. Andor might actually just genuinely be the best show on Disney+, but, like, Skeleton Crew's really good, too. I feel like that one's a bit underrated because it wasn't as, like, deep or profound as Andor, but it was, like, a really fun adventure series. And I feel like it just doesn't get the attention it deserves. It's a good show. It's a good show. If haters are happy or living in a judgmental state, I don't see a need to try to change their mind. I agree the sequel trilogy was entertaining. This is the thing, right? Is I know I'm not going to change their minds because they're fucking living in a echo chamber where they can't enjoy anything. As flawed as the sequel trilogy is, trying to say it's actively worse than like the prequel trilogy is, I think, a fool's errand. Because like the prequel trilogy has a lot of flaws too. At least though they can't love the haters, pacify themselves. Yeah, it just sucks because then people see their content on like YouTube or TikTok or whatever, and take their word as gospel without actually watching the piece of media for themselves and forming their own opinions on it, and that I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that people refuse to engage with media outside of hating it without even like giving it a chance, you know? So my problem is not with the people that dislike the sequel trilogy, because you can like and dislike whatever. I don't care. My problem is with people who are loud enough about it and the audience that takes their word as gospel. And also the people that send death threats to the actors in the movies for playing characters they didn't like or whatever. I still will never understand the mindset of wanting to do that. Oh no, you didn't like Rose Tico? Okay. I didn't send Kelly Marie Tran death threats for playing the character. Most people don't even have the time to fixate on things they don't like. Yeah, well, here's the thing, is if you don't like a thing, just fucking move on with your life. Don't spend the next 8 years bitching and moaning about it. Because I think at a certain point, if you do that, then, like, I don't know, it's got a hold on you. I think you actually like it more than you think you do at that point. But then the phrase is that no one hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans, so... But I call that CinemaSins brain, where you're looking for, like, a every tiny little flaw, and it's, you know, like, anything to, like, dislike a thing. Just for the sake of disliking it. And also not actually having the understanding of the craft of filmmaking to really, like, know what you're talking about half the time. I'm not even going to say that I'm an expert in filmmaking. I'm really not. I took a video class in high school, and that's about it. I didn't go to film school. I didn't do anything like that. But also, I know that I don't know a lot, and I'm willing to admit that. I also don't think that, like, being overly positive on anything is, like, any better. I do think there needs to be some balance where it's like, appreciate the good things, know why, know what the bad things about a thing are, but appreciate the good stuff that's in there. Like, Rise of Skywalker has kind of a dog shit story, but, like, the actors are doing their fucking best with it. Like, genuinely, like, the banter between, Rey, Finn, and Poe is really, really good in that movie. Um, the effects, the sound design in that movie are brilliant. You know, it's not got the greatest plot in the world. I've also seen worse. I really, truly, honestly, like, I've seen some really, really shitty stuff before, and, like, I don't know, man. Rise of Skywalker is nowhere near as bad as any of that. It's no Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. That was a bad movie. I think that's also my thing, is I think of it in terms of, like, what else have I seen, whether or not it has anything to do with what I'm currently watching, and is it any better than that, like that kind of thing. Hi, Saxy. I've seen The Room more times than I'd like to admit, so yeah, it's kind of hard to beat that, at least not intentionally. I don't know that you can ever intentionally make a movie as bad as The Room. I think that's part of the magic of The Room, is, like, damn well that they were trying their best, and they were just bad at what they were doing. Especially Tommy Wiseau, you know. I'm having a migraine from no caffeine today. Get some caffeine in your system, or don't. I don't know what time it is where you are, and I don't want you to, like, lose any sleep. So, if it's too late at night, like, it's already, I know it's 11 o'clock where I am. Jesus Christ, I've spent 2.5 hours on this one level. Think of Bela was really fun. Yeah, well, hey, get some good rest, okay? People have tried, but you can tell it was intentional. That's the thing, though, is, like, trying to recreate something as bad as The Room on purpose, is there's always going to be, like, a level of self-awareness to it that The Room just doesn't have. That's part of what makes The Room so special in that regard. Like, the reason it's so bad it's good is because it's not trying to be a bad movie. It's just a bad movie. Versus people trying to recreate that, there's always the sort of sense of, like, them trying to see why The Room was bad but not quite sticking the landing. Like, they know, oh, the dialogue's bad, the acting is bad, that kind of thing, but, like, they try to do that on purpose, and then it just doesn't work. Which is bad in its own right, just not, like, the same kind of funny haha bad that they're, like, trying to go for. I also think that, like, a bad movie is infinitely more entertaining than, like, a mid movie. But then, like, you also have movies that are both just kind of mid and also pretty terrible. Like Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. That movie was a whole fucking nothing burger of a film, and like it was mid, but it was all like I've seen worse, but also like I'm still mad at that movie. And I think part of my problem with Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is I just genuinely liked the first two Ant-Man movies, and I was really excited for this one because I thought it was going to be like another fun heist movie like that, and then it was not that. It was actually just a really bad superhero movie with a completely useless villain. If Kang had the ability to blow stuff up with his mind, why didn't he do that to Scott? Like, we see him shoot lasers out of his hands and, like, blow things up. And he just never bothers to even attempt to use that power against Ant-Man, the Wasp, Stature, any of them. I know she's not actually called Stature in the movie, but I honestly could not remember what Cassie's name was for a second. And I know she's called that in the comics. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. They straight up, like, Kang straight up just did not use his mind blow up powers on any of the heroes. Like, he didn't even try, dude. And then on top of that, Bill Murray's in the movie. Like post we found out everything about Bill Murray is in the movie. You know, it's like, you know, with Groundhog Day, Ghostbusters, I can kind of forgive that because the general public didn't know at the time. But, like, by the time Quantumania came out, we knew. I've come to say hi. Hello, Enigma. Welcome in. We're talking about bad movies right now and how much I dislike Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. Hey, you know what? We hit 70%, so I'm going to take that NFL team. I'm going to take that as, like, a minor victory. Because I fucking need it at this point. I've been playing this specific level all night long. Now the real victory was bashing mid-tier movies. Yeah. Jesus? What, me playing just the one level all night and only being at 70%? Sounds like you need backup? Yeah. Yeah, well, you see all of that? All of this right here? All of that looked like this. All of it did. I've been putting in the work. There was a reason, like, the last time I was streaming when we had Melly on, and it was starting to get pretty late at night, and I saw that this was the next level, I was like, nah, fuck that, we're doing this next time. Because I knew how much this one was gonna suck. Actually, I'm really curious, because I know I unlocked the next level after this. Oh, that shouldn't be too hard. Okay, cool. If only you could transfer the in-game money to IRL money. Dude, I wouldn't have to work at that point. I've thought so much about that. Like, if I could just transfer the money that I make in video games to money in real life, dude, just from ZA alone, I'd be a millionaire. Of course, that also might be a yen to US dollars conversion, so I might not be, like, as rich, but, like, I'd still be pretty fucking rich. This game would crash the economy. Oh, for sure. Most games would crash the economy. Are you kidding? Fucking Breath of the Wild would crash the economy. Because you can make some insane money in that game. There we go. I would be a top 1%er if Splatoon money was worth as much as yen. Yeah. I think I have like 200,000 in Splatoon 3. So, like, God, what is that in US dollars? I'm curious now. I'm gonna look this up. Hang on. I'm pausing for a second. I'm gonna make no progress for a moment. Okay. So, yen to USD is about 0.006 dollars. So, let's see. If I had 200,000 yen, because that's roughly what I have in Splatoon, I would have $1,253. I've played too much Splatoon Salmon Run. That's fair. That is fair. You make a lot of money in Salmon Run. I also spend a lot of money on like the stuff for the lockers and like extra clothes and stuff. So, and the gotcha rolls as well. Not on the drink or food tickets anymore, anyway. So there we go. I tried to buy all the clothing in the game. Yeah. Well, because it's good to have options for what you want to look like. My Splatoon character is very college student coded because she wears like a gray hoodie and like headphones and sneakers. Even though I only use like 1/8 of it. Yeah, but it's still good to, like I said, it's still good to have the option. When it switch out your fit. I'm currently playing through Pokemon X again in my off time, and like I'm like every new town I come across, I'm like, I wanna see what fits there are. But I haven't bought any of them yet because I'm like saving money for like potions and Pokeballs and stuff like that. So, eh. My Octoling either permanently looks like a Junker Queen fan or a ninja. There is no in between. Junker Queen, like from Overwatch? Alright. I think she was like the last new character that was added to Overwatch before I like fully stopped playing the last time. Because she came out and I was like, all right, I'm gonna see what her the whole deal is, and then I didn't like playing as her, and I was like, well, guess I'm gonna stop playing this game again. I've heard the new heroes are pretty fun. I haven't picked it up since. I don't even think I have it installed anymore. Also, I don't care because like Marvel Rivals is, you know, that's the game that all of my friends play now. So like, what's the point of going back to Overwatch again? I would say don't have both installed. Yeah, that's fair. I have Rivals on my PlayStation because my laptop can't run it. Um, which sucks because, like, before I realized that my laptop couldn't run it, I had it on Steam, and I set up my profile and everything, and then I got into a game and it was, like, running at, like, 10 frames a second. I'm still surprised we won that game, because I could not do jack shit. Um, but, yeah, no, so I got it on my PlayStation instead. So now I have two Rivals accounts, but I can't use one of them because it doesn't have any, like, account merger or whatever, which does suck, just a little bit. Those games eat your storage. They do, and they do. Trust me, I know. Every time I boot up my PlayStation, Marvel Rivals is like downloading a new update. I I so wish that PlayStation 5 worked the way the Switch does, and like literally any older game console worked, where when you buy a game physically, the game is just on the disc and it doesn't install itself to your hard drive. I know why it installs itself to your hard drive, and it's to improve load times and stuff like that, um, and also to get you to buy the storage expansions. Let's be real, that's the real reason, is they want you to spend more money on it. But like, man, I miss when physical media was actually physical media and not like a disc that you have to plug in to access digital media. I don't like how Rivals is set up. It's very hard to get the game to run at a good rate if your computer isn't an absolute monster. That's because that shit uses UE5, which is not optimized in the slightest. Heaven forbid that we have a game engine that is optimized in the year of our Lord 2026. Um, Fuck that, you know. They no, they we're not allowed to have nice things anymore. It's part of the reason I'm hoping Valve finally releases the SDK for Source 2 at some point, because like Source 2 is just gonna be like a more modern version of Source 1, really, from my understanding. And Source 1 games were really, really well optimized. Or at least a lot of them were. From what I understand, a lot of Source 2 games are that way too. What I'm saying is I'm tired of every fucking game either being a Unity game or an Unreal game. I want more variety in our game engines again. I can't wait for all the new surf maps. Listen, all I'm saying is that Gary's mod in Source 2 would go so fucking hard, alright? There's a YouTuber who's like ported a couple of Team Fortress 2 maps into Source 2, and they look so pretty. They look so pretty in Source 2. They look pretty enough that I would not be mad if they ever like released a Source 2 version of TF2. Sorry, those game engines are free, so you'll see a lot of people take those. No, I understand that, but like even if we were seeing like more fucking RPG Maker games or more like Game Maker games, like I would rather have that than have every fucking game be a Unity like asset flip, or like a Unreal Tech demo reskinned or whatever. As in, you pay a portion of your profits. Yeah, that's my thing though. Is like I said, I just want more variety in games. I don't want every game to feel the same. This is my problem with the AAA industry. Is every game feels the fucking same because they all use the same like underlying tech to achieve what they're doing. Final Fantasy did not need to be an Unreal game. of why I'm surprised that, like, how much I like Kingdom Hearts 3 specifically. Because Kingdom Hearts 3 also uses UE. I think it uses UE 4. But, like, I don't know, they make it work. They make it play like the other Kingdom Hearts games. Especially, like, Dream Drop. Like, they make that game play a lot like Dream Drop, actually. But it still feels like Kingdom Hearts at the end of the day, right? Is kind of the deal with that. So, you know, you can use those tools to make really fun games. My problem is not necessarily that the games aren't fun. My problem is that the games, like, all feel the same because a lot of people don't actually try to make them feel distinct from every other fucking video game. And it's not necessarily even the fault of the devs. It's 100% the studio execs who are like, we need this game to be like this other game, and then it'll sell a million billion copies, and then it doesn't, because the studio execs have no fucking clue what they're talking about half the time. I'm experimenting with Godot, TBH. It seems cool right now. I've heard a lot of good things about Godot. I've heard that Godot has gotten much better in recent years. I know there were a lot of people that were, like, very put off by Godot at first, but I've heard it's gotten much better. I want to get back into making Game Maker games specifically, because that was when I first started getting into game making as, like, a hobby. That was, like, the program that I used a lot. And also, like, you can make some really cool shit with Game Maker. For example, Undertale, Hotline Miami. You know, like, I'm pretty sure Yume Nikki was made in Game Maker as well. Don't quote me on that one. I don't actually know, but I'm pretty sure Yume Nikki was made in Game Maker. There we go. Anyway, my point is, like, I think I'd be more okay with more people using the same engines if they were actually doing, like, cool shit with it, and every game didn't feel the fucking same. Um, but because they do feel the same, I want more people to use more different engines. And also, I want companies that own these engines to stop being fucking evil. What up? I'm Max. Welcome in. Welcome to my personal hell, which is the subway level in PowerWash Simulator. I can't make any promises right now, but I'm plotting something. Ayo. I remember when I was first trying to learn RPG Maker, I was making a Game Grumps fan game, and then I never finished it. But it was gonna be about, like, it was gonna have, like, one of those, like, oh, Dan and Aaron get sucked into the world of the video games or whatever, and they have to fight several bosses that are, like, bits from the show. So, like, Bergie was gonna be a boss. Um, Smiling Aaron Turnip was gonna be, like, a fucking like, secret character that would show up or whatever, and he'd be like, eat your teeth. Game Grumps fan game? Yeah. This was back when I was in high school. And I was, like, more actively watching Game Grumps. Like, I still watch the Grumps, but mostly I just, like, watch 10-minute Power Hour now. I don't really watch, like, the Game Grumps side of things anymore. But yeah, no, when I was in high school, I was, like, big into the Game Grumps, and so that's how I was trying to learn RPG Maker, was by making a Game Grumps fan game. Ninja Brian was gonna be, like a shopkeep, but then he would also, like, keep showing up at, like, random parts of the world. And the joke is that it would never be explained how he was able to, like, instantaneously be in, like, multiple places at once. because the hand-wavy explanation for it was going to be that it's fucking Ninja Brian. He does what he wants. Look, all I have is Zappy Squirrels. What the hell are you cooking? When can I have some? I don't even have those files anymore, man. Like, those are long gone. All I have left are my memories. Because this was like early on too, when I was like learning how to make games, and I didn't keep design docs. I didn't make design docs to keep. Although I feel like my arm could probably be twisted enough that I could probably start working on something at some point. Because I'd still like to do something like that, kind of a tribute to the Grumps, because you know, the big part of my life, you know, as far as like, you know, when I was in middle school and high school, I would watch them a lot. More specifically, high school, but yeah. It's like when I was first getting into like video game content online. Okay, there we go. That wall's done. Sick. Although I feel like if I were to do like that kind of thing now, I would also probably throw in like cameos from other people who have been on like, you know, like guest starred on guest grumps or on 10 Minute Power Hour. So like, you know, Weird Al would show up at one point, or like uh you know, like that kind of thing. Just it just is a fun little nod. I, of course, you know, it'd just be like a little project. I wouldn't like sell it or anything. One level of the game that's just Kirby's Dream Course. It's just a Kirby's Dream Course level. Okay, we're at 83% right at the moment. We're getting there. We're in the home stretch. We're in the last 20% now. I mean, look at this. Look at this. I cannot wait to see what the final, like, speedrun time-lapse bullshit thing is going to look like. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be really, really satisfying. Oh my god. Come on, come on, come on, do the thing. Do the thing. Yeah! Okay. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Here's what I can do is I can sort of split these up by where the lights are. And that'll give me smaller sections. This is what I was talking about earlier. Smaller sections. I gotta do this more often. Okay. Yoink. And... yoink. There we go. And then I can be even sillier about this and split them up even further. And then get little tiny sections that I can knock out pretty quickly. There we go. There we are. Yeah, I'm leaving them behind a few specks and all that, but, like... if it becomes a problem later, then it becomes a problem later, and then a future term is going to have to deal with that, and then future term is going to be really upset with past turnip. But then there's nothing that past turnip can do, because past turnip doesn't exist anymore, because time is a linear... Anyway, I have fun having an existential crisis tonight. Sorry, I've been going long enough that, like, I have to, like, rest my hand every so often, because I can feel it starting to cramp up a little bit, because I'm doing the same motions over and over again, and that is not good for you. Which means it's going to take me even longer to actually finish this level. Oh. Okay. We're good on that? I left a few specks behind. It'll be fine. Let's watch this. There we go. Okay. Now all that's left is the tunnel ceiling and then the floor here. That's not that effective. Okay. It's not very effective. That is not also that great, but it is marginally better. You know what I could do, I guess, is this. you can see exactly how much of this stuff that I'm missing. Okay, cool. Right, and I gotta remember that it's 2 different sections of ceiling here, too, so... Come on, come on. Give me the ding. We're so close to getting the ding. Come on, give me the ding. Give me the ding. There we go. Okay, fantastic. Hey. Alright. So literally all that's left is just the floor here, and then we're finally done. Day 15! Give it up for day 15! And come on, cable, cable, come on, cable. Hey, cable's done. Okay. The to-do came up at 91%. Yep. Actually, I could probably just get away with this. Sort of. For the most part, I can get away with this. It's not perfect. I'm going to have to do a second pass on this one, I think. But this will work for now. It's going to get us most of the way there anyway. So, yeah, no, long story short, this level sucks. It's not great. Look at that. I should clarify, this level sucks solo. I've not played this one in co-op before. I'm sure it is much more bearable. Yeah, there we go. Like I said, I'm going to have to do a second pass on this one. Get all the junk on the other side there. If I did this. There we go, that's a little bit better. Come on, baby, give me the ding. Give me the ding. You know you want to. Come on, ding, baby. There we go. Okay, track's done. Huh. We have 2 more of those to do. I hope you guys like watching me go in a straight line from left to right. It's riveting gameplay right here. Alright, there we go. Alright, so second pass. Oh. Come on, come on. We're so close. We're so close. We're so close. There it is. Okay, cool. You know what? I'm gonna go back to the white nozzle for this. Because I think since this track is a little higher up, it's probably gonna be better for getting more surface area. Is sort of my thought process on this, and we'll see how well that works out. It might not, but we shall see. No, I don't think this is working out as well as I was kind of hoping it would. But it's fine. It's fine. You live and learn. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn from the works of yesterday. That's all right. So we're going to do our second pass, and then we're probably going to need to do a third pass. We're getting there. We're at 96%. Oh my god. I don't know how close I am to the end of the track. Come on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So now it's just the tunnel floor, which is very cool. All right, so the cutoff point is right here for the two floors. I'm just going to go ahead and mark that off. probably just do the yellow one and just, like, speed through here. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, all the fucking oil on the ground. Ah! There we go. What if I did this? Get slightly wider coverage here. I think what I'm going to do is not worry about the oil right now, and I'm just going to focus on getting all the dirt off. Because I want to see if I even need to worry about the oil. I probably will in a minute, but, like, if I can just get the dirt off and have that count, that'll be great. There's a lot of dirt right here, specifically. Like this. Come on now. Yeah. Sorry, I just, like, looked over at chat, and Sari took out 2 bots right in a row. That's fucking crazy, dog. Sari really said, Snoff, it's a good job, mate. Okay. Looks like I am going to need to worry about the oil after all, but that is fine, because now that I have taken out pretty much everything else, I can just kind of focus on that. I wish I had the fucking trident. This would really help. Right here, specifically. With all this oil that's, like, refusing to come off the ground. I guess I could just kind of... There we go. I don't really use this specific nozzle that often because it doesn't have great coverage, but I guess that works. Oh my god. We're in the final stretch. I think the yellow nozzle is, like, the best nozzle in the game when you don't have the trident, because it has the best water pressure, like, to coverage ratio. Because it can take off, like, almost everything pretty quickly. There's a few things that it can't. Stop and stare at the last bit of ground. Oh, actually, you know what? I did do a little turnip earlier, but you know what I didn't do was, Okay, there we go. Cool. Um, yeah, nope, I'm not going to worry about the oil. I'm not worrying about the oil. I'm just going to worry about the dirt. There we go. That aiming feels very Gmod-ish. Oh, it's I always see it as like kind of like Metroid Prime-ish. There you go. You know, there was a part of me that was kind of hoping I'd be able to do like another level tonight. I know the next level looks pretty small, but probably has like a lot of like really ornate detail. I'm still gonna try to attempt it because like we're at 99% at this point, so on. We're so close. We're so close. We're getting there. Just a bit of oil left on the ground. Come on, please. Come on, please. Give it to me. Give it to me! Yeah, let's fucking go. Okay. Oh! Okay. Are y'all ready? This is what I spent the last 3.5 hours on. Okay. Do this one. This one seems easy, and then I will call it from there. Oh, man. That was over 3 hours of doing just that one level. Famous last words? Listen, I'm well aware that this probably isn't going to be as easy as it's looking right now. But anything is going to be a cakewalk compared to the fucking subway. Okay. Do I have the trident yet? No. Of course I don't. Why would I ever think that I would have that? In before rat map. Well, hang on. Why don't you be my first subject? What the fuck does that mean, the uncanny Franny? I'll divine your past and future based on the ancient technique of water divination. Let us spray. Alright. Alright, fuck off with that. Oh, man. What part of this did I miss? Oh. There we go. Alright. What the cat doing? God damn it. Let me move. Once again, I ask, what part of this did I miss? There we go. That part, apparently. See, this one's gonna have all the nooks and crannies that I was fearing earlier. Yeah, maybe starting this level was a mistake. But we're here now. And nothing can stop us now. I'll tell you how. We're gonna make it happen. Let's take a ride. Before I lose my fucking mind. There we go. Uncanny Franny and her nooks and crannies. And that's what this level's shaping up to be so far. I don't know, as many nooks and crannies as there are here, I already feel like we're going a little bit faster in terms of progression on this level than we were on the subway. There we go. Okay, well, I'm fading hard, so I'll catch you around Mel. Well, have a good night, Saxy. Get some good rest. I'll see you later. What part of this did I miss? Oh. A little bit over here, I guess. I guess. There we go. My challenge max, it's some more Windjammers, if that Oh, in Before Gem and Infinite, don't rest and we postpone watch party again. Oh, well, you know, that works. You know what? I have Windjammers now. I should play it. I got it while it was on sale. I just haven't opened it yet. That will have to be for another day because, like, I know as soon as I'm done streaming tonight, it is off the bed with me. I am going to fucking pass out. There we go. Oh, the volcano seems to be a little more active than usual. That's probably fine. Surely nothing bad will happen. Does it almost feel like you've been here before? It's pretty fun now. Hell yeah. Well, I can tell you for sure, Mel, medium arcade mode was flooring me hard. Oh, cool. It's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those games where I'm going to be glad that I got it on sale because, like, I know it's going to kick my ass. That's always fun. I'm pretty sure we're all going to be shit, but it's fun when you're the same skill level. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is those kinds of games, you know, like, I like playing with people that are on my skill level because oftentimes it'll be like, oh, hey, do you guys want to play Dragon Ball Fighter Z? And then I'll just, like, get pummeled into non-existence by someone who's been playing this game since launch. You know? Uh, anyways, have a good one. I die now. Well, okay, I hope you feel... I hope you get better, Saxy. Please don't die. It's bad for your health. Even when I decide to get Tekken 8 and Gem destroys me. Exactly, exactly. You know what I'm talking about. But yeah, no, get some good rest, Saxy. Can I not fit under here? That's really silly. Yeah, the nooks and crannies on this level are going to be hell to have to deal with. There we go. Hey, come on. There we go. Staircase done. Now, staircase handrail, on the other hand, not done yet. About to be, hopefully. There we go. Okay, perfect. Entry platform. I know the bottom part of this needs to be done. And then these supports also count as part of that. Oh, there's a whole backside to it, too. Okay. Oh, motherfucker. Alright, come on, man. I have to exclusively get at this thing from, like, weird angles. I missing? There we go. That's what I'm missing. Okay. Brother. There we go. Can I get this? Yes. Okay. A little bit wider of a nozzle here. Okay. Alright, and then come on over here, and then grab that right there, and sort of the back side of that wheel there. Sort of the underside of the carriage. Okay. What? Alright, please, I just want the wheel to be done. There we go. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, that's gonna work a little bit better, is the green one. Okay. And this is all made of wood, so like the green nozzle should be fine to get like a lot of the dirt off. Should be, anyway. There we go. Alright, perfect. It's one of the X amounts down. Okay. It's gonna have to get in here through the wheel. Sort of get that part down there. Okay. Okay. Come on. Give me the wheel. Give me the wheel. I guess I have to get it from the other side too, don't I? I'm gonna get this bit just while I'm down here. Oh, okay. Hey, look at that. Already at 40%. There you go. I'm, like, locked in. I'm trying to get this done as soon as I can. The fact that we're already at 40% is a good sign. I mean, it took me a little bit longer to get to 40% on the last level, so... What am I missing? Oh. Just little bits and bobs here. There we go. Okay. There we go. All right, wheel's done. And then see if I can get the rest of the underside here. There we go. So my sort of plan of attack on this specific level is I'm trying to get everything under here out of the way. That way I can kind of focus on the top bit later on and not have to worry too much about all of the tiny little details down here. Because this part's pretty straightforward. God, that's so satisfying. Okay. There you go. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Look at that. There we go. Okay. Door is good. Let's see, door frame next. Come on. There we go. Oh my god. I'm gonna be here forever. Where's my ladder? Here's my ladder. There we go. Okay. Perfect. So I should probably put this here, actually. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Okay. See, look at that. Now we're at 60%. We're doing great. Okay. Great. There we go. Did I get that part on this side too? I very much did not. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Probably would help if I did this. There we go. Oh dear. Okay. Okay, that one's done. Oh my god, how did I miss that entire bit right there? Goodness gracious. There we go. Alright, now I'm going to come and do the trim. Come on. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. Okay. We don't have that much left. 75% of the way there. It's mostly just this stuff on the top at this point. And then, you know, of course, anything that I missed. I don't think I missed much, but it's also PowerWash Sim, and I tend to miss a lot more than I think I do. So we shall see. The subway was kind of an easy one in that regard because, like, I could very easily tell just at a glance what I hadn't done. There we go. Come on, there we go. All right, we're at 80%. Oh dear. There we go. Okay, there we go. On. The underside being this just like one big piece is kind of throwing me off a little bit because I thought it was going to be like all of the other things where it's just like, oh, each side is its own thing, but no, it's the whole shebang right here. There we go. Okay, and when I'm this close, I can just use the white nozzle and just get everything by the looks of it. Perfect. Sick. Hmm. Yeah, I see the dirt in there. It's sort of hard to get to. There we go. Okay. Gamers, we are getting there. We're at 90% now. Ah, here we go. All right, perfect. What the fuck else am I missing? A window cap. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god, I missed the entire fucking backside of this thing. I was like, that's why I still had 10% to go. It's because I just forgot this side entirely. There we go. Okay. We're in the home stretch now. All right. There we go. Okay. Where's my stool? Here's my stool. Why can I not set my stool down? Just popping in on a road trip with friends. Hope stream goes well. Yeah, thank you for popping in, Artie. You're coming in, like, basically right at the end. I'm about to finish up this level, and then I'm, like, passing out. But yeah, I hope your road trip's going well. That sounds like fun. Oh, man. Okay. Now, it does say something that I seem to have gotten most of everything. I'm at 99%, and the to-do list still hasn't popped up yet. Which means I'm still missing quite a bit. There we go. Bay window supports. Oh, I didn't get those, I guess. There we go. There we go. Brother, what else? Okay. Roof decorative trims. I simply don't believe the video game that I'm missing anything on this particular decorative trim. I guess I was. Okay. Then what the fuck? Is the other one on the other side then? Indeed it is. Oh, you know what? It's probably, yep, all of that. Don't know how I missed all of that, but I did. Cool. All right, perfect. Brother, what do you mean? The thing still hasn't popped up yet. Okay. Missing another one of those. Which one is it? One back here. Yeah, it probably is. Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, thank God. Okay. Side panels. What do you mean by side panels? I see. Okay. Skylight roof trims. The fuck? Okay, cool. Skylight walls is the last one. And it is this one. Where? Oh, there it is. Oh, goodness gracious. All right, we did it, gamers. We fucking did it. We got through the subway and we got through this fucking thing. Oh, okay. It is almost 1 o'clock in the morning. I stayed up way later than I meant to. What's the next one? Oh, the ancient statue. How much more do we have to do? Oh, we're getting close to the end. We're getting ever so closer to the end. I'm losing my mind. I'm really fucking tired. I like hit a wall like an hour ago when I realized that maybe doing the fortune teller thing wasn't a great idea. I'm not gonna rate anyone tonight. But I am gonna give a quick shout to Maid Melody who's live. She's playing she was playing Sonic and the Secret Rings earlier. Now she's playing the Tomodachi Life demo. So there's that. Anyway, uh, go check her out, I guess. Also go watch Fate Apocryphed episode 7 because that's out now. It's on Blue Drachma on YouTube. It's really good and I'm in it. Um, anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and log off for the night. So yeah, have a good night, everyone. We'll see you next time. Hopefully we'll finish up PowerWash Sim 1 pretty soon-ish. And then I got a bunch of other games I got to get to as well from last year's Melodies. So have a good night, all. Bye.